falls into place the minute you leave and give me space. I wanna know how it feels to live and let go without being put in my place. I'ma just dive right into the wild side, and I'ma ride the wave until I die. Until I die. My skin is cold, as is my heart. I'm falling apart with a smile. My bridges are burning, I'm holding the match. I'm ready to fall, we catch. Dive right into the wild side. Until I die.
My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know
that you try so hard to tell me I'm not a part of life that you had. A psycho.
Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Faded in this dark and smoky room, way out, face reflecting bright green, brights and blues. You know I kinda want to disappear with you, but don't think that is what I would usually do. You know it's just like I felt the heat the moment he pressed his lips up against mine. Don't wanna fuck this whole thing up like I do every time. Fire is burning through this silence. I can't take it, can't control this flame we started. You know I'm fire in my heart, yeah. In the quiet, all my thoughts run free. So I drown them out at night with my TV. You know I got to try to ignore these thoughts that go back and forth inside my head. Should stop before I'm in too deep and I can't go back. Fire is burning through this silence. I can't take it, can't control this flame we started. You know I'm fire in my heart, yeah. Fire is burning through the
dash when I pull up in the whip. And I'm hunting for a bag when I pull up with the clip. Motherfuckers always talking, but they never say shit. I ain't looking for a problem, motherfucker, don't trip, don't fall. I don't really wanna blame. I said that I would change it, but that's really with the fame. Let them change, try to fuck, but I still be the same. Motherfuckers always talking, but I'm chilling with the same move. Wait, with the same move. With the same move, yeah. Wait, with the same move.
I'm a pimp, oh, ballin' on the pivot, rap game. Rolling in the tempo, just a little bit, keep it just nice. Make a thing, pop a nigga, bitches, fucking just make it quick. I'm a nigga, yeah, I take a phone, just make it go. I'm a hoe, keep up in the bag,
Oh, it's clear to me now you can't hold me down as some loose and leash. I'll be far away, forever safe with you. I will go with the sound, everything you do, it'll lead my way. They will try to make you doubt, you see, but they don't have the will now to succeed. So when you're down and dead, you want to leave, and the prison in the sunlight. You always said to me, don't be afraid of the fall. I'm right here beneath, so go far away, drifting fast and free. Leave my troubles to stall, cause they all mislead when they're in my head. They will try to make you doubt, you see, but they don't have the will now to succeed. So when you're down and dead, you want to leave, and the prison in the sunlight. They will try to make you doubt, you see, but they don't have the will now to succeed. So when you're down and dead, you want to leave, and the prison in the sunlight. Maybe you will make it to the sunrise, it's alright. Fragments of tomorrow is in your sight, it's in your sight, it's alright. So go, cause you're not lonely for the run now, for the run now. So go, cause you're not lonely for the run now, for the run now. It's so many try to be the one now, be the one now. Oh, it's clear to me now you can't hold me down as some loose leash. I'll be far away, forever safe with you. I will go with the sound, everything you do, it'll be my way.
Take another smoke straight to the lungs. Yeah, I feel the pain coughing out. You know I'm still young and burning out. I've been flaming like the sun dying out. I've been thinking way too much about the times I used to creep out on the low, yeah. In the middle of the night, I'm on the road, yeah. All my demons keep on dancing on the road, yeah. Don't you worry, I'ma step on a cigarette outside, catch a vibe, yeah. And if I die, I die, yeah. Nigga, I don't mind, yeah. I smoke a blunt tonight, yeah. I lost my sight, you know my type, yeah. And if I die, I die, yeah.
type, yeah. Yeah, you know my type, but I've been lost, oh. Whoa, think a nigga lost his soul. I've been on the. Yeah, you know my type, yeah. Yeah, you know my type, babe. Yeah, you know my type, yeah. Yeah, you know my type, but I've been lost. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. All this drug on me hallucinating, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I swear I think I'm losing it. I might have to pull up and I'm cruising it. Smoke a couple blunts, I swear I'm used to this. Shorty from the hood, you could get used to this. I might just have to jump to prove I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. All this drug on me hallucinating, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah. All this drug on me hallucinating, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I'm losing it, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Help me with the words to say, 'cause I can't hide how I'm feeling. I can't describe, so challenging. Can't amplify the meaning. Look at how we vibe together. I could never ask for more. Giving me that smile, you better. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. And get high off of your love. I just need it. High off of your love. And you see it. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms, I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love. Given to me, I'll do the same. Just like destiny is calling, I'll give the match, you start the flame. Get to the point where we're styling. I gave you the keys, just untied. And this is what you came here for. Let's not talk all together. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. Off of your love. I just need it. Off of your love. Of your love. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms, I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love.
Devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress. Call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand, bang, got my hand. Call
Yeah, I'm Henny sipping, trying to ease the pain. Yeah, my eyes low in designer frames. Yeah, I thought I changed when I got my chain, but I'm still the same old nigga on the same old shit. Cause I drive nice cars, got a badass bitch. I got a little money, keep a fly ass fit. I used to dream of days I would live like this, huh? Gotta get it by any means. Invested in myself, now I play for the winning team. For the money, I'm a fiend, I be chasing after that cream. My shawty turned me vegan, now all I see is the green, huh? Yeah, I know my purpose to motivate. No looking back, I'm focused, no need to hesitate. I work hard, but now I'm learning to celebrate. I feel free, almost like I can levitate. Nigga, I'm Henny sipping, trying to ease the pain. Yeah, my eyes low in designer frames. Yeah, I thought I changed when I got my chains. They thought I changed, nigga, but I'm still the same old nigga on the same old shit. Cause I drive nice cars, got a badass bitch. I got a little money, keep a fly ass fit. I used to dream of days I would live like this, huh?
Just a small nigga with a big dream. Funny how it never planned out the way they make it seem. Gotta stick to the script, never make a scene. They make believe forever with the team, it ain't no in between. Niggas got it all wrong, so I don't even bother. I just stay in my zone, ducked off in the coop. Probably blowing strong, it's time to talk my shit. I've been humble for too long, it's my turn for the throne. Why wait? And I'm on right now. They say live for the moment, so I'm gone right now. Tell myself that I'm the greatest and I love the way it sound. And if you didn't know then, you about to know now. I rock what I like, I ain't with all that designer shit. Stand true to myself, I know it's common sense. But ever since I stepped on the scene, I've been deposited. Ain't gotta have a rollie for niggas to know what time it is.
Yeah, I'm Henny sipping, trying to ease the pain. Yeah, my eyes low in designer frames. Yeah, I thought I changed when I got my chain. They thought I changed, nigga, but I'm still the same old nigga on the same old shit. Cause I drive nice cars, got a badass bitch. I got a little money, keep a fly ass fit. I used to dream of days I would live like this, nigga. Always knew I would live like this. People thought I was crazy cause they ain't feel like this. All I had to do was shoot, I wasn't worried about a miss. Made my first 50 bands and made all of them haters sick. Chopping niggas down for my dog, I feel like John Wick. You know I stand tall through all of the nonsense. Need my money 9-2, right now it's like 5-6. That's a bag and a half and add like 5 bricks, nigga. You do the math.
Tell me, baby, what I wanna hear. Make me feel like I have nothing to fear. Make this last forever, if only for a night. Look me in the eyes, baby. Say we'll be alright. Say we'll be alright. Say we'll be alright. Tell me, baby, what I wanna hear. Make me feel like I have nothing to fear. Make this last forever, if only for a night. Look me in the eyes, baby. Say we'll be alright. Say we'll be alright.
What is it you want, Mary? What do you want? You want the moon? Just say the word and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down. Hey, that's a pretty good idea. I'll give you the moon, Mary.
I'll take it. Then what?
Well, then you can swallow it. And it'll all dissolve, see? And the moonbeams that shoot out of your fingers and your toes and the ends of your hair.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patricia Costa, and I'm honored to welcome all of you to the celebration of the 25 years of Huawei in Brazil. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our authorities from the legislative branch, from the ministries, from federal autarkies, and the authorities from other companies. During this morning, we're going to have debates on the policy to support digital transformation, the Sustainable Development Plan in Brazil, and the trends and technologies developed by Huawei for the coming years. We will also have interventions by government officials and institutions and companies from the telecommunications, electric power, and technology sectors. We will also have the Digital Nation and Sustainable Development Panel, which will be mediated by Artilio Huawei, the VP for Latin America and Caribbean. And to start us off, we will now watch a video to celebrate the 25 years of Huawei in Brazil.
Tempo de uma geração? Muito mais que isso. É o tempo de 4 gerações que a Huawei ajudou a implantar no Brasil. Há 25 anos, a Huawei está no país aproximando as pessoas, conectando as empresas, os mercados e os governos do país a mais de 95% dos brasileiros. Nas grandes ou pequenas cidades, as tecnologias de comunicação Huawei promovem mais qualidade de vida e oportunidades a todos, não importa a distância. Na vasta e importante Amazônia, a Huawei e seus parceiros construíram a primeira rede de fibra ótica da região, que conecta 20 cidades e atende mais de 4 milhões de habitantes. E o 5G Huawei já está em 14 cidades amazônicas. Em 25 anos, a parceria da Huawei com o Brasil cresceu e se fortalece a cada dia por meio do trabalho intenso de seus colaboradores e parceiros. Uma rede de pessoas e instituições focadas em inovações que promovem o desenvolvimento do país e principalmente de brasileiros e brasileiras. Apenas nos últimos anos foram cerca de 500 milhões de reais investidos na produção local, em inovação e pesquisa de tecnologias junto com mais de 200 instituições nacionais, especialmente com universidades públicas e institutos federais de educação. Mas o olhar da Huawei para a educação vai além da academia. Ele começa na educação básica, investindo na conectividade das escolas. Já são quase 3.500 escolas públicas conectadas pela empresa, um número que vai aumentar rapidamente nos próximos anos. A Huawei acredita no Brasil, por isso investe em tecnologias de informação, comunicação e energia inovadoras que colocam a produção brasileira na vanguarda mundial, que preparam o país para encarar novos desafios com a melhor infraestrutura de cloud e total segurança de dados, e que estão gerando energia limpa com a mais avançada tecnologia fotovoltaica. Huawei, 25 anos no Brasil. A história está só começando.
We would now like to invite Mr. Sun Baocheng, CEO of Huawei in Brazil. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Welcome to the Huawei 25 anniversary ceremony. Today, I saw a lot of friends, especially old friends. As well, I saw our old friends, Dr. Luis. Dr. Luis is a special friend because is Huawei in Brazil, the first customer. The name is CTBC. Today is AGA. I think it's also I would like to thank all the customers and the partners' support. Without your support, I think Huawei, we cannot survive in Brazil. Also, I think we cannot get today the performance. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to report Huawei some point of view. The first, let's together to review in the past 5 years is Huawei in Brazil. We continuous cultivation with our attitude always in Brazil and for Brazil. Here, I just show some numbers. The first is 13 billion reais. In the last 5 years, Huawei pay the tax and also the local purchase around 13 billion reais in this country. The second is investment. Just we heard it, also we saw this in the video. Also from 2009, we continue to invest R&D and innovation in Brazil. Also today, Huawei, we have our own employee, around 1,000 the people. As well, we provide more than 16,000 indirect job opportunity to our supplier. Also here, we have 2 manufacturing centers. One is in São Paulo, Jundiaí, another in Manaus. As well, we have 2 manufacturers and also 11 the idea hubs, logistic idea hubs. As well, we have 5 regional offices. São Paulo is our headquarters, Rio de Janeiro, Brasília, Recife, and Curitiba. We have 5 offices here. As well, in Brazil, we are here 25 years, and our business, we have 4 business groups. The biggest one is telcos, telecom areas. We provide ICT solution for our customers. The second one is EBG. EBG, the name is Enterprise Business Group. Also, we provide ICT solution for the different work industry. For example, the government, the banks, finance, as well the oil, gas, mining, manufacture. As the third, the business group is digital power. We provide the photovoltaic solution. As well, we provide the data center fertility for our customers. The fourth one, also the last one, is public cloud. This is really the future. Even the business still is not so big, but this is really the future for Huawei. It's the foundation for the digital economy. Thanks again for all the customers and the partners. Without your support, we cannot get today's performance. As well, I always said, besides economy, Huawei is not only bringing the advanced technology to Brazil. I think social responsibility is more important for us. I always said, Huawei Brazil is a local operation company. Here, the first I would like to check digital inclusive. In Brazil, we together with our customers to launch the first 3G, 4G, 5G, as well. The 5G is a hot topic. Even in the future, we will continue to cooperate our partner to build 5.5G and also 6G network. As well, we built network with our customer to cover more than 95% population in Brazil. As well, I would like to share another the small stories. As well, in Bahia State, we together with the government as the partners provide the school network like Wi-Fi, fiber, to enable all the students can remotely access the class. As well, in other states, in GO, in ES, in MG, in RJ, in many states, we build a smart education. Also, we build a smart healthcare. Except this, talent always the foundation for digital economy. As well, in Brazil, we already cooperate with more than 200 universities and institutions. We built Huawei ICT Academy in Brazil. As well, in the past, we trained around 35,000 students, ICT the talent. As well, we have planned in the next 5 years to train another 40,000 the students. As well, except this, I always said ecosystem is the key. I think Huawei cannot alone provide this kind of ICT solution and also digital power solution. We need all the partners to work together. Recently, a very hot topic is about 5G to 2B. You know, in the next 10 years, the digital economy is so important. We need to Huawei the vision in Brazil to enable different vertical industries to speed up the digital transformation. For example, for 5G, the mining, 5G agriculture, 5G logistics, I think 5G manufacture. I think it's behind this, the technology, except 5G, the AI, computing, as well, we need some partners to work together to know how to deal with different vertical industries. All of this social responsibility is very important for Huawei. Here, I just summarize in the past 25 years what we did. Look for the future. In the next 10 years is what is Huawei, the insight, what is Huawei point of view. The vision is striding towards to the intelligent world, 2030, through continuous technological innovation. Let's share some Huawei the view about the future. From these slides, you can see from agriculture economy to industrial economy. Now we are here. We are in the first industrial revolution. We call it digital economy. I think we are here now. As well, from these two trends, you can see from information the revolution, from PC internet to mobile internet, as well currently is industrial internet, also intelligent world. I think the technology is the foundation. For example, 5G, artificial intelligence, cloud, computing, IoT, 5.5G, as well as 6G. I think till 2030, 6G will come in. As well, from another trend, energy, the revolution, at the beginning is temper, and then to coal, the gas, also hydroelectric, as well. Now it's a solar and the wind. This is renewable. The energy also is the future. This is why we said we will build a digital and low carbon society. As I mentioned, transmission, computing, and the low carbon is the key. We always collaborative development to unleash full potential of digital economy. These three factors is so important. The first is transmission. This is related 5G, 5.5G, IPv6, and also the fiber. The second is computing power. It's related artificial intelligence computing, as well the cloud computing as well. The last one factor and so important is low carbon. This is make sure the sustainable development. And then we hope we can create digital economy society based on the forecast till 2030. Globally, this economy, this number will reach around $30 trillion. This is Huawei the view for the future. Let's come back for the first factor, transmission, the power. Actually, 5.5G, you can call 5G advanced. Okay, now it's 5G, and next step is 5.5G. 10 years later will be 6G. I mean, 5.5G will enable 10 times improvement in terms of network capacity to address diverse service requirement. From this slides, you can see 5G, 5.5G era, including 5.5G core, and also the IP 5.5G, mobile 5.5G, as well fiber 5G. Everything improve the customer users experience. But what this kind of service can bring to us? The first is connecting the people, and then this can improve the immersive experience. The second is for the connected things, IoT, as well from physical connection to digital twins also can create a new blue ocean. This is the view for the whole 5.5G era. Let's break down. The first is for mobile. We can continuously the leading technological innovation with the 5.5 mobile 5.5G to provide ubiquitous 10 gigabps experience. For example, we can provide the upload to 1 gigabps, download can reach 10 gigabps. Also, the connection could reach 100 billion connection. I think all this technology is based on the AI. We can call this intelligence native. From technology the view is some new technology or innovation will be applied in here as well. The international standards 3GPP, the first half year of next 2024 will fix these standards. For this is not far from us now. I can give an example. For example, for ELAA-MM, this new technology can improve the coverage for higher frequency. For example, millimeter wave. As you know, two years ago, Anatel launched the frequency C-band and the millimeter wave. But this high frequency, usually the coverage is smaller. But while we develop a new technology, we can make sure the coverage is similar to C-band. I think this is a big improvement. As well for 6 gigahertz, this is next frequency for 5.5G. Also, we test this in China as well in Middle East. The coverage was verified is similar C-band. As well, we already tested in Brazil. Also, we reached the same result. Just now is for mobile 5.5G. Now, let's talk about the fiber 5.5G. As well, you know, in your home, the bandwidth currently most is 100 mega, 500 mega. I saw some operators provide 1 giga. The download speed, this service, but in the next generation, operator can provide 10 gigabps. I think this is so important from technological view innovation. Some new innovation will be applied. For example, 50 gigapound, but now usually is 1 gigapound, 10 gigapound, but next generation will be 50 gigapound as well. The Super C plus L as well, OXC, we can improve the efficiency a lot. As well, the international organization ETSI next year also will launch this standard. As well, for our customer, you don't need to change so much network. For ODN, the fiber you can keep just zero upgrade. While we developed the new technology, for example, the tape rate amplifier can improve the 3 dB as well. Some new material, we call this nano materials. These new materials also can improve a lot this efficiency. As well, for 50 gigabps, already verified in China, in Middle East as well. We will test in Brazil as well. Just talk the fiber 5.5G. Now the net 5.5G actually is IP. Also, we work with our partners. Also, can provide the high-speed download speed. It can reach 10 gigabps. Innovation as well. for example, now we are talking the Wi-Fi 6, but next generation is Wi-Fi 7. Now we are talking 200 giga, 400 giga, but next generation will be 800 giga, as well as SRv6 to support IPv6 plus, as well as the one you can remotely to manage your Wi-Fi and switch equipment, as well as digital map. But everything can bring a lot of new services, can provide congestion, free network. The service also can provide on-demand services, but everything is based on the real-time digital network, the map. Just now, I talked several slides about 5.5G era, but another factor is computing the power. You can see this forecast in the next 10 years till 2030. The general purpose computing power will increase 10 times, but for AI, the power computing will increase 500 times compared now. This is really the big change. This is why artificial intelligence, AI, is really the hot topic, because you can see this trend is really different. But behind this, what Huawei did, we always partnering for Kunpeng. This can provide general purpose computing and also efficient AI computing ecosystem. Till now, we already have more than 3 million developers and more than 5,000 partners, and also more than 14,000 solutions incubated. We work together to create this, the second in the world computing ecosystem. I can share some the story, the chipset. You can see this for Kunpeng. This is the brand, Huawei, the chipset brand, and this can bring this general purpose computing. The second chipset is Ascent. This is AI, can provide AI computing capacity. As well, Huawei, the view is data center as computing. Also, we can provide diversified computing convergence. This is a chipset layer. But behind this, Huawei, every year we spend is more than 20% of revenue for R&D. Except the chipset, we develop a lot of root technology. For example, for database, based on the OpenGauss, we develop our own database, as well OS. You know, Huawei smartphone, we have our Harmony OS, as well. Huawei the server, we provide our own OS, as well for CPU, NPU, as well for AI. Now we can provide end-to-end this hardware, chipset, and also software, middleware, this kind of technology for our partners and also for our customers. For cloud, it's leading cloud native. I think this is the future. And also, we are accelerating the innovation with agility. Also, you can see this focus in the next 10 years, cloud native platform will serve as the foundation for more than 95% of digital initiatives by 2025, so 5 years later. And also for cloud, I think 3 key factor also important. The first is resilient infrastructure. We are always talking digital economy, but cloud is really a foundation. We need to make sure the security. The second is modernize the application. We hope all the application is based on the cloud native, as well the data AI convergence. Now with Huawei can provide the computing AI capability based on the Huawei cloud to service to our partner, also customers. The third factor is low carbon, is zero carbon. Huawei is, we are integrating the digital and the power electronics technologies to enable energy revolution for carbon neutrality. Based on the forecast, I think it's 3 areas: clean the power energy. Current photovoltaic globally is installation around 14%, but until 2030, this number will be 33%. As well for green mobility, I think it's everybody saw this the car, right? Huawei inside the car. Intelligence also the green car is based on the forecast. New energy vehicle now is just 14%. Based on the forecast, this number will reach 60% till 2030. This is really the future. As well, Huawei provide this charging infrastructure, but now in the world it just have 11 million this kind of infrastructure. But 2030, this number will be around 128 million, as a huge increment. As well for green, the ICT, for data center, this PUE is the power use efficiency. This number could reduce from 1.67 to 1.25. This is really big improvement. As well for telecom, I know our customer really care about these numbers. As well, this site efficiency could increase from 60% to 85%. What is behind this is based on the new technology. For this power, here in Brazil, we provide this power management platform. As well, in 3 pillars, we provide the solution. The first is all scenarios for PV and the power storage system. Usually, we call this utility, commercial, and in institution, and also residential, right? 3 scenarios. The second one is smart charging network. We try to continue to improve the efficiency. Everything is based on the full liquid cooling. As well, we are provide super charging. This kind of the green car, the charging, the infrastructure. The last one is green ICT, the power. As well, for no matter the data center, also the site, we continue to improve the efficiency. Behind this, there's 2 kinds of technology will be applied. The first is the digital technology. This is related a bit. For example, the sensing, the connection, 5G, IoT, as well, the AI technology will apply it. The second technology is power electronics technology. This is related to what, the heat, and also the battery. I think the topic, also the last page, is together to build digital and low carbon Brazil. This is somehow practice. Also, we are working with our customers and partners. Based on the point of view, in Brazil, we are striding towards to the digital and the low carbon Brazil. And what we can do, I think the first transformation, digital government. Now we are doing to build smart education, to smart healthcare, also smart administration. As well for digital city, we cooperate with our partners to build a public safety city, as also traffic control. As well, digital industry. This is related almost all the vertical industries, from agriculture, mining, energy, manufacture, logistics, infrastructure. I think it's related to all the vertical industries based on the 5G, AI, cloud, computing, these kind of technologies. Let's work together. I think the second layer is cloud computing. I think computing everybody understood, but AI is really, in the next 10 years, this capacity will increase 500 times. in the next 10 years. Also, we hope we can work together to build this kind of cloud and AI the center in Brazil. The third layer is connectivity. At the beginning, I mentioned digital inclusive is important. We are together to working on this with our partners, also customers to build to better coverage network, fiber and mobile to enable all the Brazilian the people can enjoy the internet dividend. Except this, also expansion coverage is important. Now it's a 5G network. I think our customers are working on this, is going well. And also the fiber network experience. We always talk the infrastructure, but now the information infrastructure is the foundation for the digital economy. For sure, except this, green and low carbon is make sure can sustainable development, as well the local ecosystem, as well the talents is also is the foundation. For sure, security, all the network security is Huawei the goal as well. I think the last page, I would like to emphasize again Huawei, the vision, our company vision, bring the every person, home, organization to for a fully connected, intelligent world. Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subansheng, for sharing your perspective for Huawei. Now we would like to invite Mr. Paulo Pereira to the stage, the Secretary of the Executive Secretariat for Sustainable Social Economic Development, representing Mr. Alexandre Padilha, Minister of State from the Institutional Department of the Presidency. Welcome, Mr. Paulo Pereira. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet you and the ambassador. It's a pleasure to have you here again. And also Mr. Sun Baokeng, CEO of Huawei in Brazil. You already said many of the things that I wanted to say here, so that my role is very easy now, because if I told you a little bit about what we want to build based on the Council of Economic, Social, Sustainable Development, you'll notice that many of our goals are shared goals with what you are doing in this wonderful story of a winning company of which Brazil is very proud of being a part of. I'm here to bring you a greeting from Minister Padilha. He wanted to be here. The nature of his position didn't allow him to come here because of many agenda that he had beforehand. And it was important for us to be present here to give you two clear messages that work for us as strengthening messages of this friendship that Huawei and the Brazilian government have constructed and built in the past few years. In the mark of the creation of the Council of Social Sustainable Economic Development, what is known as the Big Council, it's an agency from the government where the president chooses specific people from the society to be his advisors in the social economical development policies of the countries. In the mark of these creation, some things distinguished this council from the earlier ones. Minister Padilha, as the president of the council, first of all, made it so that this council gave a clear message of the friendship of Brazil with the stakeholders and institutions from China. There are many examples of companies and people that are representing Chinese companies that were invited to be part of the council. But in a general sense, I could say that there were not a lot of companies that had a protagonism like Huawei had. The president, when he chose his advisors, made it a point to invite the president of the Huawei to be part of it, like Achille Hule, who was a very big partner of the council. Thank you very much, Achille. I will talk a little bit more about our work soon. The Council of the Presidency that was chosen so that the President of the Republic to build a strategy for a development in this next period that is starting now. And this friendship, this showing of friendship, was constructed with the president from the council to the factory of, or the headquarters of Huawei in China, which was a very important mark in this new government. So the message that I'm bringing here, Mr. Ambassador, is the message of friendship between Brazil and China, and how important this has been to create the governance marks in the third term of the Lula's government. And we count on the support of Huawei in the reconstruction of these relations. Afterwards, Minister Padilha, as we are reconstructing the council, brought to the council some very important issues. The first one is that this council should express a part of the great transformations that the Brazilian government and the world government has gone through in the past few years. And then it would not be possible to think about this council without thinking of a more expressive representation from the technology companies, a representation that was not present in the other iterations. Apart from this, the council was thought of to create social development policies that are work together with the new sustainable goals. And these two elements come together because we cannot think about technology without creating a low-carbon matrix and a green matrix, as was shown in the presentation of the CEO. And in all these aspects, Huawei is central to the Brazilian government's strategy. Brazil is a very complex country. Brazil tries to get into the 21st century and to be competitive in the sophisticated markets of the world without having solved some problems that the developed world solved in the last two decades. Brazil has some educational problems, some infrastructure problems. It's not enough to think about development in Brazil because we need to think about social development. We cannot think only about social development. We have to think about sustainable social development. The size of this challenge obliges the President and the Councillor Padilha to extend their hands and to ask for help of the society. It's not possible to think that the level of complexity that the world economies put to the development can be captured or dealt with by the bureaucratic institutions that are traditional of a government. A government will only be successful if they are attentive to the initiatives and the experiences and the possibilities that open up in the world of the market, but also activism and the university and so on. That's why the Brazilian government has sought to ask for support and to base itself on the good social experiences. And in the same way, the council was created based on many tasks that will be developed along the semester that will try to give new parameters to the Brazilian development. And in this sense, I would like to highlight as well, as I'm concluding my speech, the role that Huawei has played. The Council of Social Economic Development has worked with some specific subjects. We have a thematic commission that is specific for ICTs. We have 5 commissions. One of them is for ICTs. And the company has been fundamental for the elaboration of these projects. These projects should give the President of the Republic a plan that will seek to make Brazil into a more connected country, infrastructure-wise, more prepared from an educational standpoint for the generation of value in our work chains and production chains, and more structured to create an attractive business environment for foreign investments and initiatives that can improve the lives of our population. And through all of these efforts, together with Huawei, so Huawei has been central to these efforts. Huawei has engaged itself and brought ideas and participated in the debates and has been one of the protagonists in this effort that should take to the President a strategy to think about these ICTs aimed at the sustainable social economic development. And as you will see today, we will have a partnership, a deal between the Council of the Sustainable Social Economic Development and the group, so that this deal can be a mark for the continuity of these efforts, where friendship and the ideas, technologies, experiences can be exchanged among the company and Brazil, aiming at an entry of Brazil into the 21st century world, but always with this perspective of solving our social economical problems and creating a low-carbon economy that is sustainable in general. So I would like to conclude, and I would like to greet Minister, or leave my greetings from Minister Padilha, and say very clearly that the President of the Republic, together with the Council and the company, need to, and trust in everything that Huawei can give Brazil. You'll have partners with us. We will be protagonists of a new strategy that I'm sure that will be very good for the company and for the Brazilian people. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulo Pereira. Thank you for participating with us today. I now invite Mr. Moisés Moreira, the Vice President of the National Telecommunications Agency, Anatel. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge Sun Baosheng, the president of Huawei in Brazil. Thank him for inviting me. Also, Zhu Qingchao, the Chinese ambassador in Brazil, Senator Irajá Filho, Congressman André Figueiredo, Congressman Vitor Lippe. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleague Vicente Aquino and the president of ANEL, Sandoval Feitosa, in the name of whom I'd like to acknowledge all authorities present. And it is a cause of great pride for me to be here representing the telecommunications agency, Anatel, and I'm very happy because Huawei is celebrating its 25th birthday, which is the same age of our agency. And throughout this period, Huawei has followed all of the technological evolutions in our country, 3G, 4G, and now 5G. And Huawei has always been present in our life, in the telecommunications sector. Two great events that we held in Brazil, the Olympics and the World Cup, were supported by Huawei technologies. And this is very important for us, and we will never forget that. Ambassador, I had the opportunity to visit your country 2 times, and I was very happy because Chinese people have a lot in common with Brazilian people. Happy, interactive people, and I had the opportunity to visit the headquarters of Huawei in China in several cities, and I was able to observe the wonderful structure that Huawei has in that country. And Huawei is important for technological development in Brazil and in the world. And in 5G, for example, I'm very connected to this theme. We have other people here from Anatel who also are very connected to that theme. And you probably remember how uncertain we were about being able to have standalone 5G, if we would run into any problems. And thank God there were no problems. And we also had another concern if our service providers would be able to implement it or even move forward in that process. And they have moved forward because of companies that have technological capacity like Huawei. And currently, half of the sites in Brazil have Huawei technology. And this is fundamental for the evolution of 5G in our country, which is among the best 5G networks in the world. I don't want to speak for too long, but I'm very proud and happy to represent Anatel in this event. And in the beginning, Shane, during the Huawei presentation, I saw a quote that says, Huawei believes in Brazil. And I want to tell you that Brazil also believes Huawei. I'm very, very proud to be here. And I thank you and congratulate you for this celebration. And I want you all to enjoy this historical day. And I would like to conclude by telling you, congratulations, Gamay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moisés Moreira. Thank you for your words. We will now invite Congressman André Figueiredo, representing Brazilian Congress. Well, good morning, everyone here today, and most of all, our Huawei CEO in Brazil, Sam Bocheng, and Mr. Chinese ambassador. It's always a huge pleasure to have partners like the Chinese because of how important they are to Brazil, not only in the telecommunications sector, but for our economy as a whole, our main international trade partner, and China deserves our respect. All of us want a prosperous Brazil and to strengthen the BRICS economic group. And we're very satisfied to see this company who also hosted us in Barcelona during the Mobile World Congress, turning 25 in Brazil with a beautiful history that began at Algar, right, Dr. Luis? And after 25 years, this huge power player that creates indirect and direct job posts in Brazil, 17,000 jobs and investments at about $500 million. And it's also important to see their concern with sustainable development. And here I congratulate Paulo Pereira, the Secretary of the Council for Sustainable Development of the federal government, and in his name, greeting everyone from the executive branch in our country. And we see the company's concern with sustainability when we see their investment in $30 trillion in the world so that we can have a prosperous, low-carbon economy that is also moving towards zero carbon emissions. And that is why us, as the legislative branch, we need to defend all conditions that allow Huawei and other players in digital infrastructure have in Brazil a receptive environment, a welcoming environment, so that we can connect a country that has continental dimensions. And I was about 7 years ago, I had the opportunity to be the Minister of Communications. And back then, we had the frequency of 700 megahertz. And now we see the importance that Huawei delegates to the 6 gigahertz frequency so that we can be connected in a 5.5 network. And here, in partnership with Anatel, in the name of Councilman Moisés and Vicente, perhaps we will have to even renegotiate our service provision so that we can have so that the frequency of 6 gigahertz is not only relegated to Wi-Fi, but so that we can expand its use and even share it. And in the name of the legislative branch that I have the honor here of sharing a role as a congressman with Vitor Lippe, with Senator Irajá, and say that we are in parliament with the federal government and with each and every one of you, with Anatel, and I'm absolutely sure that Brazilian companies that invest and in mentioning Dr. Luis from Algar, I would also like to mention this innovator that has a history of belief in technology and digital inclusion like few people in the world, who is my friend Roberto da Brisonete. And we will be here together working so that other companies and small service providers can have the access that allow them to grow and also allow for the inclusion of the Brazilian people so that we can have through internet, through digital inclusion, equality in access to opportunity. Because when you have a fast connection that allows our children and our youth to study in the richest region in Brazil, in the Jardins neighborhood in São Paulo, but also in a small city in the state of Ceará or in the Amazon, to have access to quick internet, you start building a Brazil that is more equal and socially fair and regionally fair. So I am aware that this partnership between the public and the private initiatives with international powers and companies that are aware of the fact that Brazil needs Huawei. And I'd like to also mention that I just learned that the correct name is Huawei because we were used to saying Huawei. But Brazil needs to have more and more mechanisms that allow international companies to invest in Brazil and in Brazilian people. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Huawei, for the 25 years of a beautiful history in Brazil and to many more to come. We'd like to thank Congressman Figueiredo, and I now invite Senator Irajá to the stage. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Song Bong-ching, the CEO of Huawei. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Moisés Moreira, our Vice President of the National Telecommunications Agency, Anatel. Also, my fellow Congressman, André Figueiredo, for his participation. And I'd especially like to acknowledge the authorities present, the press, and our Vice President Achilio, whom I thank the honor of participating in such a wonderful event, an event that is historic for the company but also for our country. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, it's an honor to be here today celebrating the Silver Jubilee of Huawei Brazil, representing the Federal Senate, and I send the warmest regards from our President at the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, and I'd like to congratulate Huawei for their 25 years in Brazil, connecting governments, markets, through technology and communication. And I'd also like to thank the company for believing and investing in the potential and talent of Brazilian citizens. Ever since its arrival, Huawei has shown a commitment to the technological growth of the country, be it through the expansion of telecommunication networks, partnerships with local companies that have contributed for the development of the country's telecommunications infrastructure, allowing for quicker and more reliable connectivity. And this not only benefits the Brazilian population by making communication more accessible and efficient, but it also improves the economy by creating opportunities in the technology and innovation sector. And this is essential for strengthening Brazil's competitiveness in the international scenario. And this is even more relevant in a time where Brazil and the other countries who make up the BRICS economic group have sought to play a more significant role in the international community by establishing a new order that accommodates the geographic, political, and economic plurality of the 21st century. BRICS, which in the last month made an extraordinary leap with 6 new members, adhering to such an important economic bloc, the Arab Emirates, Egypt, Argentina, and Ethiopia, now and the BRICS are now an economic group that represents 35% of our global GDP, surpassing the G7, and a population of 46% of the global population, with a productive capacity, with an oil productive capacity of 45%, and which exports almost 1/3 of everything that is commercialized in the world. As the president of the BRICS Relations Committee in the Senate, I can say that these countries share common values and interests, seeking sustainable development, economic stability, and international cooperation. And within this concept, Huawei is an important ally. Huawei plays a very relevant role by contributing for the building of a solid infrastructure for telecommunications and encouraging the digitalization in the countries that make up the BRICS. And this makes Huawei not only a technology company, but also a symbol of international collaboration and exchange of knowledge. Through its partnerships and investments, the company has contributed for the building of bridges between countries, promoting mutual understanding and collaboration at several levels. This is also the scenario that we want to build with the BRICS Relations Parliamentary Committee at the National Congress. And we have the commitment of strengthening commercial bonds, expanding infrastructure, and promoting innovation and partnerships between our peoples. This is essential for the development not only of the BRICS nations, but of the country as a whole towards a more connected and prosperous future. And Huawei has obviously a fundamental protagonism within this context because it has the challenge of implementing in Brazil, of turning Brazil into a digital nation, and this is the great dream and challenge by Huawei in Brazil. being able to make Brazil the most connected country in South America and among the BRICS countries. Lastly, I'd like to thank my friend Atílio for inviting me to participate in this celebration and once again congratulate Huawei for its 25 years of Brazil, and may this history continue to be prosperous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Irajá. Now we will hear the words from the ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Zhu Qingchao.
Ilustríssimo Senhor Paulo Pereira.
Mr. Paulo Pereira, Secretary of the Executive Secretariat of the Council of Sustainable Social Economic Development. Mr. Moisés Moreira, Vice President of Anatel. Illustrious Mr. Representative André Figueiredo and Senator Irajá Filho. And illustrious Minister Pedro Terra, Director of the Department of China, Russia, and Inter-Asia, Department of the Itamaraty. Dear Mrs. Qingpao Jen from Huawei, Brazil, dear friends and colleagues, on behalf of the Ambassador of China, I would like to extend my dearest congratulations for their 25th anniversary. In these 25 years, always solid with a concept of in Brazil and for Brazil, and committed with the cooperation. It has become an important digital transformation partner and green transition in Brazil, contributing significantly to drive the process of informatization, industrialization, and intellectualization of Brazil. Today, the presence of the government authorities of Brazil show the recognition on behalf of the Brazilian society for the acting of Huawei in Brazil and the high relevance between the relation of Brazil and China. The story and the history of entrepreneurship of Huawei in Brazil is a living portrait of great Chinese and Brazilian partnerships. When Huawei started its operations in Brazil, the commerce among the two countries was of only $2 billion, and nowadays it's almost 100 times as big. The volume was very low 20 years ago, but now China has consolidated itself as a significant source of investment in Brazil. Last year, 32 projects of investment registered here in Brazil by Chinese counterparts, a historic record. These inputs expanded rapidly from the traditional fields and areas to the ICT and innovation and green development areas. Huawei Brazil has acted as a pioneer and a highlighted participant in this process of transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, in the current scenario, the world is facing challenges and crises that have made the recovery of the economy, the world economy, more difficult. So it's very important to deepen the cooperation and partnership between China and Brazil, two of the greatest developing countries from the Western and Eastern hemispheres. And two of the main emerging markets. Since the visitation of President Lula to China this year, the two countries came to some very important consensuses and witnessed signing of deals and treaties in many areas, as well giving some guidance to creating this new bilateral cooperation ecosystem of this era. This new future resides in the use of 5G and other technologies of the highest development to create new brands and highlights in the partnerships, driving the productive cooperation and the digital inclusion in both countries. In this sense, we will continue to increase the number of Chinese companies like Huawei to support and invest more into the services in Brazil so as to contribute for the reindustrialization of Brazil in the new era. For the collaborators, Huawei does not seek success but growth. I am convinced that the comparison between China and Brazil will be driven even stronger and has a promising future. In the next year, we will celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations between China and Brazil. We hope to work together with the entire Brazilian society, to reach even more tangible goals of cooperation and to advance boldly in the process for modernization, of a high-level modernization of both countries. Thank you very much. Mr. Zhu Chenchao, thank you very much for your words and your speech. And now we would like to invite Ana Paula Lobo, the journalist, for the launch of the Brazilian digital magazine with Huawei of Constructing the Brazilian Future. This collaborative interview is going to unite many authorities that helped to create the history of the company in the country, in sustainability and many other areas. On screen, you see the QR code to the website with the content of the magazine. Mrs. Anna, we would like to invite you to the stage. Good morning, everyone. It was a pleasure for me, that has been for so long in this market, to see Huawei arrive in Brazil. And it was very good to portray this history of Huawei. I saw the characters and was able to remember this project a little bit. That's what this magazine is about. It's a project to show what was, what is, and what will be in relation to what Huawei can offer here in Brazil. I would like to thank my team. We had a lot of work. We listened to people. We did this work very well, and there is a lot of information and content and history in this magazine. I would like to thank Ochid and Cynthia for their reliance on us to create this magazine. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ana Paula. Now we would like to share with you a video with testimonials of experiences from Huawei's partners.
Huawei teve papel importante no desenvolvimento do setor de tecnologia da informação e comunicação no Brasil. Os investimentos da empresa no Brasil, tanto na fabricação do dispositivo quanto nas atividades de pesquisa, desenvolvimento e inovação, contribuíram para a geração de emprego e para a formação de recursos humanos. A presença da Huawei, nesse sentido, tem sido importante para o avanço da transformação digital no Brasil. A transformação digital é um dos desafios estratégicos do nosso país e ela está inserida na política de reindustrialização que tem a ciência e a tecnologia como elementos centrais. Nesse sentido, temos todo o interesse em reforçar nossa parceria com a Huawei no desenvolvimento das ferramentas de inteligência artificial, segurança cibernética e outras tecnologias digitais com a perspectiva de elevar a competitividade da nossa economia e aproximar o Brasil dos países mais avançados.
A Huawei tem um papel fundamental no desenvolvimento do setor de telecomunicações nos últimos 25 anos. Desde o processo de privatização, a Huawei tem sido uma grande parceira das operadoras de telecomunicações, trazendo equipamentos modernos, de tecnologia de ponta e com preços bastante competitivos. E aí, com essa visão, com esse modelo e essa visão centrada no cliente, eles conseguiram conquistar as empresas, conquistar o consumidor brasileiro e hoje eles são de forma indiscutível os líderes no fornecimento de tecnologias e equipamentos para as redes, tanto fixa quanto móveis. Eles têm muitos bons equipamentos em 5G, em cibersegurança e são fundamentais para o desenvolvimento da conectividade no Brasil e para que todos os brasileiros e brasileiras tenham acesso a essa conectividade.
Olhando para o futuro, eu vejo a parceria do Brasil com a Huawei sendo aprofundada. Pesquisadores brasileiros com pesquisadores chineses da Huawei trabalhando juntos para desenvolver tecnologias novas, seja o 6G, seja o 7G, seja novos equipamentos ópticos. E vejo a Huawei tendo um papel também no sentido de trazer novas tecnologias. Por exemplo, ela tem um trabalho que ela começou recentemente na implantação de energia solar, em que ela tem contribuído para que esse ecossistema de energia solar floresça aqui no Brasil. Então vejo a Huawei contribuindo decisivamente no futuro para esse desenvolvimento tecnológico no nosso país.
A Huawei ela oferece uma linha de produtos bastante grande e, consequentemente, oferecendo uma linha de produtos bastante ampla, a possibilidade de cooperar com o desenvolvimento do mercado de telecomunicações do Brasil se tornou cada vez mais intensa. Mas eu acredito que, além de produtos de qualidade, a Huawei se diferenciou pela possibilidade de oferecer academias para certificações de profissionais e, mais do que isso, preparar os profissionais que atuam no mercado para que pudessem não só usar os seus equipamentos, mas repensar a estrutura de telecomunicações e as redes de telecomunicações de norte a sul do nosso Brasil. Então é uma contribuição que transcende, né, a instalação de equipamentos e de redes, né? Mais do que isso, formou profissionais e ajudou a desenvolver um mercado de telecomunicações que se preparasse para a transformação digital.
Nosso contato com a Huawei, né, começou em 2016, quando a gente ouviu falar de Huawei atrelado à energia solar. A gente testou algumas tecnologias em conjunto com a Huawei, tropicalizando isso para o Brasil, né? Fizemos uma parceria com a Universidade Federal da Paraíba, junto com eles. O ano que vem a gente vai passar com mais de 1 giga em geração com equipamentos Huawei. Hoje ela significa 90% dos nossos equipamentos. Nós da Rio Alto não estamos comprando preço, nós estamos comprando tecnologia de ponta visando o longo prazo. E isso a gente tem um entendimento muito bom com a Huawei nesse sentido, na parceria do longo prazo.
O ambiente da televisão está sendo transformado. A convergência IP, a convergência digital, ela está demonstrando isso. Então, sendo uma televisão, tendo a possibilidade no terrestre, eu quero trazer, junto com essa parceria, um parceiro tecnológico que eu vejo a importância, que é o trabalho conosco no ambiente digital. Nós escolhemos a Huawei Cloud pelo potencial que a Huawei tem, não só no mercado mundial, mas no potencial que vimos que ela pode prover no mercado brasileiro.
Nós estamos nesse mercado de TI, mais propriamente dito data center, há mais de 20 anos. Então, no momento que a Huawei nos procurou, a gente resolveu fazer a parceria e, assim, do que a gente imaginou, tivemos gratas surpresas. Para nós, realmente um principal diferencial deles é a velocidade com que as coisas acontecem. Por essa vanguarda da Huawei em N áreas no mundo de tecnologia, inovação, suporte, capacidade e inserção de novas tecnologias aos produtos é o que realmente nos chama a atenção e faz esse diferencial.
Agradecemos a todos que gentilmente deram suas declarações.
Thank you everyone who made their considerations. We will now have a recognition and acknowledgement ceremony for Huawei in the digital transformation of Brazil in the last few decades. First of all, we would like to invite Mr. Sun Baocheng to receive these tributes of honor, the CEO of Huawei. Afterwards, we would like to call Mr. Carlos Nazaré, General Director of the National Institute of Telecommunications, Anatel, an entity with whom Huawei have made many initiatives in education and research. Thank you very much, Professor Carlos. You can come on stage. Mr. Carlos, I would like to ask you to stay on stage so that we can take an official picture of the event with everyone present here. And to continue, I would like to invite Mr. Marcos Ferrari, President of Conexe Brasil Digital, that unites the connectivity institutions which are the platform of the digital economy of sustainability and connection of all Brazilians. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferrari. You may come on stage. Mr. Ferrari, I would like to ask you to wait on stage, and we will continue with our awards. Now representing the Federal Senate, I would like to call Senator Irajá Silvestre on stage. Thank you, Mr. Senator. And to conclude this moment of homage, I would like to invite on stage the Councillor Aquino, representing Anatel, the National Agency for Telecommunications. Huawei would like to thank for the recognition, and they are honored to be part of the technological development of Brazil. Thank you very much, everyone, and I would like to invite all of you for a quick break of 15 minutes for our coffee break.
Huawei é parceira do Ministério da Saúde e apoia o movimento nacional pela vacinação. A campanha tem foco prioritário na retomada das altas coberturas vacinais do Brasil. A mobilização inclui a vacinação contra a Covid-19 e outras vacinas do calendário nacional de vacinação em várias etapas. O movimento é uma das prioridades do governo federal para fortalecer o SUS e a cultura de vacinação do país.
Xuxa! Oi, Zé! Chegou a hora de convocar nossos baixinhos e baixinhas para o movimento nacional pela vacinação.
Tenho uma ideia.
Algumas doenças estão voltando e atingindo as crianças e adolescentes.
Por isso, a participação dos pais ou responsáveis é muito importante, né, Zé? Tá pronto?
Eu nasci pronto, Chu!
Atualize a caderneta de vacinação de crianças e adolescentes menores de 15 anos. Procure um posto de vacinação e diga sim à vida.
Quem ama vacina, então vacine quem você ama.
Vacina é vida. Vacina é para todos. Ministério da Saúde, Brasil, União e Reconstrução.
We ask you once again to take your seats so that we can continue our event. Once again, thank you for being here. I now invite Dr. Luis Garcia, the president of the Administrative Council of the Alga Group, the first Huawei client in Brazil. Well, almost good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be here today. We had a very interesting set of interventions during this morning. The presentation by Son was spectacular. Congratulations, Son, for your presentation. I have a lot to learn from you in terms of technology. And I need to tell you that 64 years ago, I was graduating in the city of Itajubá, and I started working for a telecommunications company that belonged to my dad and had 500 telephone units, and I was young, eager to contribute, and I started working for a company that almost had a PBX as its biggest asset. I don't regret that. The telecommunications sector is a wonderful sector. I usually say that the phone user is always eager for more, and I even used to joke that we used to have very big phones and it was very uncomfortable, but then the user wanted more, and we saw the ministry be created, we saw Telebras be created, we saw the Anatel school be created, and our director is present here today. So it's a lifetime of achievements, and you're all very young, and one day you'll be older, since I hope you don't die before that or suffer any accidents, because we are now able to live for a very long time, and our friends, our dearest friends, want us to live until a very old age. They start telling us, you can't drive, you can't go anywhere, you can't do this, you can't do that. So it's a war. And in the beginning of my fight to make a living in my daily life, I used to hold some lectures, and I always loved the Q&A sections because we learn from the questions that are asked us. Because when we don't know, we say, I don't know, I have to study, and then I'll get back to you. And back then, we used slides and with the projector, and I had a slide that showed the Chinese GPD, which was the same as Brazil about 50 years ago, maybe more. And we can see now how far China has come and how far we have not come. And I really like taking courses. I don't think I'm a good student, but I like to know what's going on. And many times, I like to reproduce this to my peers when I was asked to speak at events, and this similarity between the Chinese and Brazilian GPD, and I went to the Superior School of War in Rio de Janeiro, and there I learned that a country is made strong by its population and its territory. So if we take China as an example, it's an extraordinary country. It's very large geographically, and its population, as we all know, is in the billions of people. And if we were to get the statistics for people who are forward-thinking, we probably would have 0.0 something of people who are innovative and forward-thinking. And if we take 1 billion people and multiply this by 0.0 something, we have still a very high number. And I'm absolutely sure that China was able to take advantage of its best talents and send them all around the world to travel and attend schools, especially in the United States, in Europe, and Chinese were always present learning. So if we are to take Brazil, a continental country, our population is relatively small, but we are not taking advantage of the talent that we have. We have so many talented people, and I must confess that we are a part of the problem of not using the talent, because a call center is usually people's first jobs. And we have call centers, and we were never able to take advantage of talented workers, because a talented worker wants to evolve, wants to get a better and better position. And our coordinators would say, you have to stay in that job, and then people would leave, and we lost so much talent. So now let's talk about our meeting with Huawei. The first telecommunications business was long distance. In long distance, it made more money for the company than local services. And so we really liked making international calls, connecting between cities, and we had 2 automatic centers, and we hired a transit station, and we call it a transit station because the traffic would go in and out automatically, and from a company that no longer exists. And I went to visit that company in Spain, and it was there, up and running, beautiful. But in 5 years, they had been working to get this station to work. They weren't able to make it work. It was a huge fight, a legal fight, and then I became scared to do that. And then Huawei came up, and I said, oh my God, should I take a chance? Because I'm so scared, but this new company seems interesting. And then we decided to hire Huawei, and they need to get some certificates to start working in Brazil. And then they implemented its headquarters in Uberaba, and I always went there. I just met the technician that used to see me whenever I went there. And well, our partnership was very successful, and after that station we became a customer and a very important customer for Huawei. And I was about to travel abroad one time. I was going to meet the Huawei president, and my people told me, well, Huawei is late for delivering this and this equipment, so you need to go there and you will meet the president and ask her about it because we need the equipment and it's a little bit late. And so I did. And I think she was aware of the situation. And the first thing she asked me was, is your problem about quality? And I said, no, it's not about quality. It's about the deadline for delivery. And she said, oh, that's much easier to fix. And just look how wonderful it is for the president of a company to be worried about the quality of the product. And if it was quality, you would lose your head, son. She would cut your head off if there was a problem with the quality. And so we had this partnership with Huawei, and it's impressive. China is an impressive country. The development center in China, close to Hong Kong, what is its name? Shenzhen? It used to be a fishers community, and in 30 years they turned it into the Chinese Silicon Valley, and we found some Brazilian companies working there, and they told me you have an entire market with extraordinary components here. And this is the type of thing we need to learn how to do. We need to learn from the people who believe in quality and in the delivery of services. And to be able to serve is a huge asset. To be able to serve well is an even bigger asset. So if you don't like people, if you don't like to serve people, you have a problem because we work with the public. And in telecommunications, the telecommunication user is always wanting more. Every day, people want more speed in their connection, more expertise in what they're getting. And this is wonderful. The more we're able to give, to provide, the more you get back in exchange. And I want to congratulate our friends here who are providing the ESP service. It's impressive because currently they have more subscribers than the bigger companies. So this is a huge gap for the bigger companies. They became accommodated, and the smaller companies went after the customers, and they are out in the field providing services, each in their own way, and I'm impressed by that. I'm very impressed by that, and I call the attention of my people and say they're there because we let them, because if we had filled that gap, they wouldn't be there. So, if we look at the telecommunications sector, it is the most democratic thing that we have in Brazil. Anywhere that we go, someone has a cell phone in their pocket, even if it's only to take photographs because they don't have the money to pay for the service, but they have the device. So, this is sensational, and thank you very much, and may our relationship with Huawei turn 50, and we really like to think that it will be turning 100 very soon. 100 years goes by so fast. You yourselves who come from a civilization of a millennia, you know that 100 years is not a long time. Thank you very much. We'd like to thank the wise words of Dr. Luis Garcia. Now we will watch another video by our partners who left testimonies for Huawei today.
Empresas como a Huawei têm uma grande contribuição no Brasil, principalmente para a expansão da banda larga, né, a fixa, sem dúvida alguma, mas daqui para frente eu acho que a móvel tende a ser muito mais importante, tendo em vista a chegada do 5G. Isso acaba habilitando novas aplicações para o mundo industrial que nós não estamos acostumados ainda, no mundo industrial, no agro, no setor financeiro, no comércio, no serviço, nas cidades inteligentes. E toda a tecnologia que essas empresas trazem para o Brasil é super importante. O impacto dessas tecnologias no dia a dia é melhorar a produtividade, melhorar o PIB, gerar renda, gerar emprego, melhorar a qualidade de vida do cidadão brasileiro.
A Algar Telecom foi a primeira cliente da Huawei lá em 2001. Nós implantamos naquela época uma central fixa CC08 com 10 mil linhas. E em 2003, nós também fomos a primeira empresa a implementar uma solução de celular GSM com equipamentos da Huawei. Então são mais de 22 anos de relacionamento e durante todo esse período temos uma parceria muito sólida e saudável em todos os aspectos. A Huawei evoluiu as suas soluções de hardware e software e, sobretudo, a competência da sua equipe que está aqui no Brasil, contribuindo de uma forma muito positiva, não só para o desenvolvimento da Algar Telecom, mas também para o aprimoramento das soluções de todos os serviços TIC para toda a população do Brasil e, enfim, toda a população mundial.
De fato, a Huawei é uma das empresas de telecom mais importantes que tem no mercado brasileiro e ela tem uma característica muito especial de se fazer presente o tempo inteiro. Então, parabéns a Huawei e obrigado por vocês terem essa visão de compartilhar da vida de nós brasileiros, né?
Acho que a grande marca da Huawei foi participar de todas as transformações que nós tivemos ao longo desse tempo todo. Desde toda a construção da rede móvel até toda a transformação para uma empresa baseada principalmente na fibra ótica. E desde então a Huawei nos segue e nos ajuda a montar essa estratégia olhando para frente. Dá para falar de toda a transformação e inovação tecnológica que a empresa trouxe para cá e continua trazendo, mas eu gostaria talvez de destacar até um outro ponto, que é o ponto da proximidade, do entendimento da necessidade, seja do setor, do país, seja de cada um dos seus clientes. E no nosso caso, essa proximidade, esse entendimento fez com que de fato, ela nos ajudasse a construir o futuro, nos ajudasse a desenvolver uma estratégia e a implementar essa estratégia, entendendo muito bem o que a gente gostaria de fazer.
Brincando com os números, estamos juntos há 25 anos, justamente do 2 ao 5G. A parceria da TIM e Huawei há 2 décadas é um marco estruturante do desenvolvimento das telecomunicações no Brasil. A TIM não busca apenas simples fornecedores, mas parceiro de verdade para imaginar as possibilidades do futuro. E o Huawei sempre se colocou como um grande aliado, de visão ampla, perspectiva de longo prazo, rumo à construção da sociedade digital e criação de valor em áreas cruciais do desenvolvimento como agricultura, logística e serviço público.
É impressionante a Huawei como ela saiu de um fornecedor equivalente de tecnologia a liderar, né, o avanço tecnológico em diversas frentes, né, como 5G, como banda larga, fixa. Saltou por esse foco de investimento que ela tem, né, em pesquisa e desenvolvimento. Então acho que o que a Huawei fez no mercado, quando entrou no Brasil há 20 e tantos anos atrás, o grande desafio é ela estar se reinventando, trazendo as novas tecnologias, ajudando as operadoras a ser competitivas, né, e rápidas nesse momento de transformação digital.
We will now continue our event. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Sandoval Feitosa, General Director of the ANEL. Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by saying how happy I am to be here today. When we received the invitation to speak in the anniversary of Huawei, we said that we'll have our public plenary session today and that I would make the highest of effort to come here. But we did have a weekly commitment where we talk about some important issues in Brazil. But my commitment of coming here was solid, and here I am to do that which I said. So thank you very much again for the invitation. I would like to acknowledge the president of Huawei in Brazil, Derek. Thank you very much. The ambassador of China in Brazil, Mr. Zhu. Mr. Irajá, who has already left, and ex-Senator Cachabreu, who was also present. The federal representative Daniel Figueiredo, the representative Vitor Lippe, and acknowledge the colleagues from my agency who are present here, Dr. Moisés, Dr. Arthur, and Dr. Vicente Aquino. It's very nice to see you again. Bring my regards to the president as well, who is a great friend of mine and a great professional dedicated to telecommunications solution in our country. I would also like to acknowledge the secretary of the Council for Social Economic Development, Mr. Paulo Ferreira, and Mr. Marcos Ferrari. Dear friends, the electric sector is going through an anniversary that has repeated itself to 25 years, and now also reached this milestone last year, and many other agencies and the Electric Energy Commercialization Chamber also, the Electric Market Committee as well, and Huawei, who has a great convergency with the Brazilian electric energy sector, is also now 25 years old. 25 years is exactly the moment where the Brazilian state decided to modernize itself in the infrastructure sectors, in the energy sectors, and the telecommunication sectors, where Huawei is present to connect the energy and the telecommunications sector. In these 25 years, Huawei conquered a position of one of the main players in the global market, and it's a privilege to be here today to celebrate this successful journey. We are looking forward to the next 25 years. In regards to the energy sector, I can say that we have ahead of us a path of prosperity, many challenges, and many investments. The energy sector has telecommunications as the leader in innovation. Every time we talk about the free market, I give the example of the telecommunications and how easy a user, a cell phone user, is able to change their provider plans. There is a plan that gives him a better data package or a voice package, so he can make this change very easily. And the example that I give from the electric energy sector is that the societies have changed. We do not have any more the woman at home taking care of the house. The house normally has a different dynamic. The woman is working, the children are at school, the husband is also working, and the house is so modern that it does not need this person that stays at home. The dynamic of society has changed, and when we buy the plans for the supply of energy, electric energy, they have been the same for over 50 years. The fee system of the electric energy is not mirrored with Brazilian society, and it's especially and exactly this sector of telecommunications that I take as an example for change in the electric energy sector. In this great continent, there might not even be only voice packages, because and only having a data package, because it's all that's necessary, because they can connect to a Wi-Fi network and solves his problems. And in the same way, our electric energy fees can give more intelligent information about the usage of electric energy. The planning of the electric sector, the electric energy sector, takes into consideration the highest usage moments that we call the peak time. So we will have to make these 2 or 3 hours more efficient. And doing this, we could be much more efficient and intelligent to do this also by changing the fee systems the same way as it's done in the telecommunications sector, because there is a technological convergence that is very high. And partners such as Huawei are fundamental in this new model for the development of the electric energy sector that is coming, and is coming quick. And soon we will be discussing great changes in the sector of energy, especially with the opening of the markets and with intelligent models for tariffs on the electric energy. We went through a context of energy transition, an insertion that is always growing of renewable resource sources into the transmission and the energy distribution systems. And that's the moment that we are living through. With the exponential growth of the renewable sources, initially wind and now solar energy, that has an implementation speed that is much higher than the conventional sources. We have to prepare the transmission and distribution systems and operation systems for this moment of disruption. It is a disruption because we took 5 years to create a great transmission line, so it took us 1 year, or just a little bit over a year, to create a great solar park. We have to align these two schedules, and that's a great challenge. I'll bring some numbers that show how the energy sector in Brazil is changing. In 2023, we've already connected 5.1 gigawatts of micro and mini distributed energy. More than 70% of all the requests are met. When we're talking about centralized generation, we have 150 gigawatts with the expectation to use up until 2029. And the head of the people from the telecommunications sector are probably not that familiar with gigawatts. It's probably kilohertz, which is the frequency for communication. But I would like to bring this as a comparison for the Brazilian electric energy sector and how in the past 100 years has implemented 179 gigawatts of installed power. So since the beginning of the creation of the Brazilian state, we were able to implement 180 gigawatts. Only until 2029, we already have planned 170 gigawatts. They are numbers that make us very proud, but it also brings us a great challenge, that we have to guarantee the market for all of this energy that is ready to be generated. We need to develop the country, we need to bring more inclusion, we need to develop a green industry that can sell our products with quality to the clients that are always ever more demanding about the commitment to keep our world and our planet in a healthy place to live, not only for our generation, but especially for the future generations. The entry of these sources have increased and improved our energy matrix, which was essentially based on hydro energy. This is very difficult and important because of our continental dimensions. China has a lot to teach Brazil, since it's one of the countries that most integrate renewable resources in its gigantic energy matrix. So the opportunity of us to learn with our Chinese brothers and sisters. And more than anything, we need to orchestrate this entire ecosystem to guarantee an equilibrium between the countries with high reliability, and the expansion of the networks have to be done rationally, and optimizing the inputs. On the other side, we have an ever more demanding customer who is participative and wants to have new services to better manage the energy consumed and which is injected into the network. Friends, the final message that I would like to leave you on behalf of the agency is to trust in our country, as you have trusted and relied on it in the past 25 years. Brazil is a country of opportunity. It's a country of a welcoming people, and a country that welcomes those who want to work together to improve the lives of our people. We have a very diverse country with many regional inequalities, but I'm sure that together we will be able to construct a country and to build a country where that the Brazilians and those that have chosen our country to live are happy to live in. So thank you very much. I wish everyone the next 25 years of success, especially to Huawei. Thank you very much. I would like to thank for the participation of Mr. Sandoval, and now I would like to invite on stage Mr. Arthur Coimbra, the Councillor of Anatel. Good morning, everyone. In my quick speech, I would first of all like to thank Huawei for the invitation of participating in this important ceremony. Thank you, Derek from Huawei, and everyone from Huawei present here, the parliamentary authorities, my colleagues from the executive branch, especially President Sandoval, Conselheiro Vicente, President Leonardo as well, present here, and all of those that are here from Anatel or the private sector or from the press in this important moment. In these 25 years, Huawei in Brazil was able to transform itself into an important agent of transformation, especially digital transformation. This is due to the fact of two attributes that they were able to dominate and develop, which is, on one hand, the resilience, and on the other hand, detachment. In 25 years of telecommunication, this is a lifetime. And what was the great technological change in the last 25 years? What was the great technological development in the sewage system in 25 years? What was the change that occurred in the compositions of the electric energy system in the last 25 years? The telecommunication sector, since Huawei entered the market, the PBX, the pager, the fax, all died and became obsolete. So that in our sector, those that create a technology such as Huawei have to be prepared to see their creations become obsolete. They create them and they become obsolete. Even before these people stop working in the sector, and this spiritual detachment is what has permitted the sector to evolve so much. On the other hand, another factor which has a lot of weight for the development of the actions of Huawei is resilience. And the resilience it has presented over this time, be it because of the market dynamics and the growth cycles, but also because of the development and the investments that have been necessary for the sector of telecommunications. And this has made the company to be constructed as an important agents of digital transformation. But digital transformation is only good if it's inclusive. And when we look at the data in Brazil, we see that we have already reached 90% of the Brazilian households with access of internet, which is a fantastic piece of data that brings Brazil to a great comparison with other countries around the world. But when we take off the veil of this data, there are some points that need to be improved, and one specifically deserves to be highlighted, which is about the digital skills. Specifically, in respect to this, the concept of significant connectivity is trying to solve this problem. To give an example, when we compare ourselves to the rest of the world, the last research that compares Brazil, Latin America, and the OECD countries points out that the basic digital skills, what are these? For example, annexing a document on your email and sending this email. For this type of basic digital skills, on average in these OECD countries, 64% of the people have this skill. In Latin America, this average goes down to 29%, and in Brazil, 24%. This for basic digital skills. For median digital skills, what are they? For example, to be able to write a simple arithmetic formula in an Excel spreadsheet or in some spreadsheet program software. This is a median and average digital skill. For this, in the OECD average, the number is on 40%. So 40% of the people have these skills. In Latin America, it's 22%, and in Brazil, it's 11%. So even though we have expanded our network technologically and people have made use of technology, we need to progress in these other segments of significant connectivity and the digital transformation. And we have to do this with the active participation of the technology and development companies in Brazil. They are a key player in this issue. And with this performance and with these new policies, we will be able to get over this gap of digital skills. And once again, the role of Huawei in every company in the sector is shown its importance. And for this, I would like to congratulate the companies for its 25 years, and I would like to wish it a lot of success for the next 25 years here in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman Mr. Arthur Coimbra, and we will now prepare the stage to receive some important guests for the panel, The Digital Nation and the Sustainable Development of Brazil. And to moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Mr. Achille Rui, the Vice President of PR at Huawei Latin America and Caribbean, and as panelists, Mr. Rubens Caetano from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr. Luis Guilherme Parga Sintra from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and Mr. Pedro Lucas from the Ministry of Communications, and Mr. Vinicius Caran from Anatel. Thank you, Patricia. Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be the mediator of this panel with such experts. And we are a bit short on time, so I want to very quickly explain the logics of this panel. I'd like each and every one of you to introduce yourselves in 2 minutes, and then I will ask each one a question and then ask for your final considerations. So to start us off, Rubens. Thank you, Achille. I'm Rubens Caetano. I currently am the General Coordinator of Digital Innovation at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. Thank you to the Huawei team for inviting me for such an important event. 25 years, a lot of water under the bridge in these over 2 decades. And just to give some context, Huawei participates in a very important public policy, which is the ICT law. And in these 25 years, the Huawei company has taken part in this public incentive company policy and also making good use of it. And it's impressive how Huawei has carried out partnerships with over 25 education and research centers in Brazil from north to south of the country. 25 institutions in 1 year. So it's important to see that the company has become consolidated in Brazil. It carries out good capacity building and research and development projects with its partners and has perfectly understood what is this public policy bringing abilities to Brazil so that we can develop strategic projects for the company here. So in addition to congratulations for the 25 years, we also congratulate Huawei for its posture in participating in this public policy in the country. Thank you, Rubens. I'll now pass the floor to Pedro Lucas from the Ministry of Communications. Thank you, Achille. Good afternoon. Well, first, I'd like to thank Huawei for inviting the Ministry of Communications and congratulate you. I am Pedro Lucas Araújo, the Director of Innovation in the Ministry of Communication, and along the same lines as Rubens and what Councilman Arthur has just mentioned about the challenge of universal access and also adding other layers of value to the theme of connectivity, I'd like to congratulate Huawei for working at both ends, both in the offering of services and the availability of solutions for clients and users, promoting the implementation and dissemination of connectivity. Thank you. And I'll pass the floor to Luis Guilherme. Thank you, Atílio. I'm Luis Guilherme Sintra. I'm the chief of the international department in the Mines and Energy Ministry. I'm happy to be here. I know about Huawei for quite a while. I had a personal experience with Huawei. In 2011, I participated to the then President Dilma's trip to China, and we visited the technology center for Huawei in Beijing, and it was a spectacular experience. This was halfway to the 25 years in this 1/4 of a century that Huawei has been in Brazil. And ever since, I have seen Huawei grow in Brazil. And from the Mines and Energy Ministry perspective, Huawei has the capacity to be a partner in several sectors, including solar energy, the new sustainable energy, sustainable mining. In several opportunities, we can take advantage of Huawei's partnership, and we want to cooperate with Huawei more and more. Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis Guilherme. I now pass the floor to Vinicius Caran. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Derek, Fred, Zu, and Atílio, all of us here. And I work in the communication sector and have worked in it for exactly 25 years. So I followed the AMP's evolution into 1G, and now we are at 5G, and we know how Huawei has been a huge encourager of this innovation in the country. It is the leader. It has over 46% of the telecommunications network in Brazil, so we can't not mention Huawei in the future, not only when we're talking about taking connectivity to the consumer, but in moving towards a connected country that advances from B2C into business models in the vertical fields. We had Sandoval here, and we always are in talks with him on the theme of connectivity in the energy matrix, and we are also in talks with ANTT for innovation in transportation. I have also here the president of the association that is implementing 5G in Brazil, and this is being much quicker than we have expected, so we are moving forward. Councilman Vicente had a connectivity project for schools, so we believe in our partnership with Huawei in the advancement of 5G and in the implementation of public policies with Huawei's partnership. Thank you, Karen. I will let you ask the first. I will ask you the first question since you were the last speaker. Last week, we had an award show for initiatives by private networks. How does Anatel see the perspectives for the growth of 5G moving from B2C to B2B? And how can the applications be expanded to other verticals, thinking of Brazil as a whole? Thank you, Atílio. Well, currently we see that the numbers of the sectors are over 30 billion reais invested in the mobile networks field. And when we say that the country now needs to have differentiated models and integrators, it is no use having an operator that hires a provider and implements a radio base station without thinking about end-to-end connectivity or a significant connectivity, application, content, and diverse solutions. It's not enough to take the transportation or access network infrastructure. We now need to think about, and I think Huawei is a good candidate for that, end-to-end solutions, so I can connect my container, my drones, my trucks, and that is the future. So Anatel promoted this award. We were able to have 28 initiatives, and the more innovative ones were awarded in the agriculture sector and also other sectors. And I saw that Huawei has end-to-end solutions, not only a radio-based station, not only an active portable device that does not add value. And we now ask a question to Pedro Lucas. Pedro, is guaranteeing quality in connectivity for all schools in Brazil is one of the government's mission. How can the new economic plan for Brazil implement this and also expand this connectivity to other fields like health, for example? Thank you for the question and also for the opportunity of being here in this event, which, in the opinion of the Ministry of Communications and the telecommunications sector as a whole, is very relevant. And being included and prominently included in a program that involves the strategy for planning in the medium term for the investments of the federal government. So we were very happy to learn that the Chief of Staff of the President had accepted our plan, and what our opinion is from the standpoint of the Ministry of Communications is that this is a possibility to universalize a significant connectivity for public basic education schools. The telecommunications sector, in particular, has a long-standing history for the connectivity of schools. But now, within the context of this new economic plan, we have a goal of universalizing this connectivity to a new level. And as announced by the President, the goal of the program is to take fast connection to all basic education schools that is appropriate for school use, which is 1 megabyte per second per student, is also the idea of distributing that signal and that contribution and that connection to other school environments. So we are taking that step, and as you mentioned, Achilio, we think we should take advantage of this opportunity to expand the connectivity border. And based on a very well-done work by Anatel and the Inter-American Development Bank, we were able to map that in practice, a large part of the basic health units today are located at a 2 kilometers radius from a basic school. So we saw an opportunity to have a synergy between policies and to take advantage of this investment in public schools to also meet the demands for connectivity in basic health units. And I think this is the main idea behind telecommunications, public policies, that they should always be executed in partnership with other ministries, telecommunications as the basic infrastructure, and in practice we currently have a very strong partnership both with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health. So we have a good perspective to deliver a very significant product to the population. Thank you for the answer and for continuing implementing this project. I will now pass the floor to Luis Guilherme by asking the following question. The government will announce the energetic transition plan for Brazil. What do you think should solar energy's role be in this transition? I think that solar electricity is something that is at the tip of the tongue of everyone in the energy field. Minister Silveira has mentioned this, and we are very active in this transition, in this transformation that the world needs to go through and that Brazil specifically needs to go through. And within this context, the renewable energies are very important. They're fundamental, not to leave aside the other sources of energy that we have, because energetic transition is a process, so we need to keep exploiting other sources like gas and oil, and we need to keep doing this in the most sustainable manner possible to preserve our environment. But in terms of renewable energies, I see that the main point of your question is solar energy, right? We also have wind energy and hydrogen, biofuels, and the photovoltaic energy source has been breaking all records in Brazil. We have been breaking records in the implementation of photovoltaic energy sources in Brazil. And I think this is a perspective also for Huawei, who is the biggest player in this field. And we have a wonderful perspective in Brazil to have Huawei's partnership in this context. And I would like to mention one project that we are doing with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, which is the program for the decarbonization of the Amazon, for example, which will be the biggest decarbonization program in the world. And the idea is transforming the almost 200 isolated systems that we have in the Amazon and that run on diesel into renewable energies, systems powered by renewable energies. And here we have photovoltaic energy as a huge player. And this is a program that is very symbolic, and that would mean a possibility for cooperation with Huawei. So we do have a lot of possibility for solar energy in Brazil. It's been growing a lot, as Sandoval said, and he has mentioned a lot of data, and we are thinking along the same lines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Now, Rubens, let's change sector a little bit. In your perspective, how can the investments in science and technology contribute for innovation on field and to improve connectivity in the rural areas of Brazil, since this is one of the great bottlenecks of the country? Well, Achilio, it's important for us to take a look back and talk about the subject of connectivity, which was seen as a means in the past. Nowadays, the connection and the elements of connectivity have an added value of energy and technology that is very important to sustain these new technologies that are emerging. So we say that nowadays that connectivity is a technology in itself nowadays. When we are talking about this journey to reach with connectivity to other places, of course, research of these technologies inside of connectivity is very important. So we have to work and invest in research and development and innovation projects about these new technologies. We see these networks created by softwares and AIs that help connectivity. So we need to invest in research and development. And this is very important for us to reach these characteristics that these networks need to have. An example is that in 2016, the Ministry of Science and Technology supported a project that was the 5G range, which was a research project with 7 Brazilian institutions that were supported by 4 other European institutions, where the context of the project was that to take connectivity to wider areas. So the goal of the project was to create development and research so that we would have a cell radius of 100 kilometers. It was a project that was very successful in terms of generation of knowledge. Many representatives that are here participated, and their institutions participated in this project. It brought competency to Brazil, and for what we needed to create our 5G. We did this in 2019-2020 to say that a fourth arm of the 5G needs to be a connectivity to these remote and extreme areas, not only to take a look at the use for agribusiness. Of course, Brazil has a relevant weight in this area, but also because of the dimensions of this continental country, to promote social and digital inclusion of those communities that are most remote, and that with the same technological infrastructure, that together with connectivity to have a wider range. So us from the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations have worked with the resources that we have from the FMDCT, and we've looked always more to projects that support these areas. We have a project that is supporting the CIG Brazil. We have been supporting this project since 2020. It's a project that will go until 2026. And then we foresee a third phase for this project. Many Brazilian institutions are working in the research area for this project in Brazil. It's a project that puts the country on the front lines of technology to talk to other countries. And of course, in a moment where we are discussing the requirements and what we need to invest in research, one of the main gains and benefits that we can receive from this is to make it so that the next generation takes a look at us as an example, a country that has very large territory and very remote places. So we think that this is a very important approach to have an investment in science, technology, and innovations for the generation of research and development for connectivity. Thank you very much. I'll start once more with Karan with the final remarks. If you would like to have a quick comment, something that you forgot to say, you have 1 minute to conclude your thoughts, and then so I'll start with you, Karan. So it was a great speech from everyone here. They were talking about the possibilities of the advance of technology and innovations. I think that the country needs to invest in the technological capacity building, so when they have people that know 5G and its potential very well, the verticals show how important this is. So the capacity building of the people to use the 5G or 5.5G technology is very important. And to bring products, as was talked here, that incentivize the use of these technologies and to bring more accessible prices. To Brazil, we were already able to bring smartphones with under $200, but now we want to bring even more and bring differentiated business models that are cheaper to other sectors, especially the logistics chain for energy, transportation, education, and security. And I think that betting on Brazil and betting on that we will have a coverage gap over 30%, even though we can cover more than 90% of the population, I think we need to invest in Brazil, because Brazil will bring great results, and because a digital connected country is a country of the future. Thank you, Karan. Luiz Guilherme, your final remarks. My final remarks are long life to Huawei, and that we might be able to work together in many sectors like electric energy, in transition, and the ministry is ready to work together with Huawei, so I'm just repeating what the minister told you. I would like to wish you all good luck, and we are together. Thank you very much, Luiz Guilherme. Pedro, go ahead. Thank you very much, Achille. I would like to thank everyone once again, and I'll piggyback on the comment from Rubens, and playing the role from the president of the Telecommunications Council. And I think that this has to do with the celebration today from the perspective of the Ministry of Communications, those that make public administrations and technological innovations. We know that this is not possible with some of the business models that exist. So we know that even those that are based on a national innovation system, we need to count on great foreign companies that bring solutions and that insert Brazil into a great value chain for the exchange of technologies. And we know that this is a role for Huawei to move and make this whole transition more dynamic. And so to make a connection with what I was talking to in the beginning with health care and education, we have a project where we are aiming for the universalization of the significant connectivity, and we have many projects already that are trying to think about what is proposed to think about the future in healthcare and education. And we understand that great companies like Huawei always have a lot to contribute, because it's not enough to only adopt and import technologies that already applied in other countries, but we need to, we have our own particular characteristics, and great companies like Huawei are always very willing to create new models and change their models to serve our specific needs. And this is very important. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, Pedro. And Rubens, go ahead with your final remarks. Thank you very much, Achille. Once again, I would like to congratulate Huawei for this important milestone and say that the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation is present to help you to discuss projects, to discuss actions, anything necessary, as was said by Pedro. I think that we've tried to create many initiatives together with Anatel and the Ministry of Communications to converge the tools and actions so that we might have more structured actions for the country. And like Pedro said, it's key to have the participation of these large international global companies that bring a competency for us to go through with our initiatives here in Brazil. And so this is a call for Huawei to continue on the path that it's on, creating partnerships with the research institutions and bringing knowledge and generating wealth, not only for the companies, but also for the country. Karan, please. Yes, I would just like to tell Fred Ganhu. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for the excellent panel. Thank you very much for the participation of everyone. I would like to thank all the participants for this panel that brought us relevant information about the digital nation. Now I would like to invite you to watch a video from a global initiative that started in 2019. Huawei created this to create a digital transformation, Tech for All. Let's watch a small part of it.
Em convergência com a visão e a missão da empresa, bem como alinhados os objetivos de desenvolvimento sustentável da Organização das Nações Unidas, esse programa busca possibilitar um mundo digital inclusivo e sustentável. A Huawei acredita que todos têm direito a uma educação de qualidade e que a tecnologia pode ajudar a levar
Technology can bring learning resources to those that need them the most. And it's because of this that we worked to promote connectivity and digital infrastructure in schools, and together with partners, trained teachers and students to promote STEM learning. In commemoration of the 25th anniversary of Huawei in Brazil, we are proud to announce the execution of two new projects, Tech for All in Brazil. Now, September 5th of 2023, the headquarters of Huawei and the UNESCO signed
para a realização da segunda fase do projeto Open School no Brasil.
Let's watch another part of this innovative project. For Huawei, for a better world. And now, I would like to ask you to stand up, Beatriz Barros Aidos, representing the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, in South America. And now, we believe that with the use of technology, we believe that these programs with Tech for All will reach the SDGs from the UN in Brazil. Let's work together for a world completely connected and intelligent. I would like to invite Mrs. Maria Rebecca Gomes, Coordinator for the Education Department of UNESCO, to stand up. A round of applause, please. And at the same time, Huawei and IUCN will continue with the second phase of the partnership, Tech for Nature, based on its very successful partnership. It's an initiative for the conservation of nature through the technological and digital innovation. Brazil will be one of the countries from Phase 2 in Tech for Nature. Huawei is a partner from the Ministry of Health, and it supports the vaccination campaign, which prioritizes on the high coverage of vaccines in Brazil. The mobilization is for the vaccination against COVID-19 and the other vaccines in the national vaccination calendar in many stages. The movement is one of the priorities of the federal government to strengthen the universal healthcare system in the country. Our ceremony comes now to an important moment, a cooperation treaty for the social and digital inclusion. And following the global initiative of Huawei Tech for All, which promotes the digital inclusion on the long term, we announce a treaty of Huawei with the Social Economical Development Council, represented here by its Executive Secretary, Paulo Pereira, for the development of inclusion, of social inclusion and digital inclusion, as well in the environmental sector. It will be supported by the IUCN and UNESCO. A round of applause for Mr. Paulo, please. Now I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Atílio Rulli to start the concluding ceremony. Good morning, everyone. I promise to be brief. I received about 30 messages on WhatsApp that you're hungry, so I'll try to be quick. On behalf of Huawei, I would like to thank all the participants present here, especially the public authorities that already were here and those that are still here, the councilors of Anatel and the senators and representatives. And also in relation to the initiatives of the private sector, I would like to congratulate and thank, on behalf of Max Ferrari and all the other clients and partners present here. I would like to dedicate a very special about the people, the authorities from Huawei that made this event possible, especially the BLCT Brazil team, especially Zuji, who helped us to organize this event. It's not easy. There was a lot of turbulence, but there were many great speeches here, and we're very proud to have been a part of it. I would also like to quickly go through the last video from Huawei, and after which we will conclude the event. Today is a special day for Huawei that celebrates its 25 years, as everyone was talking about before. And I would like to pass a video now to show how we see the future.
Quando falamos em futuro, estamos falando em transformar o Brasil em uma nação digital. Mas como seria esse país na prática? Médicos poderão realizar cirurgias à distância e atender mais pessoas em locais remotos, para que todos tenham acesso à medicina de ponta, aonde quer que estejam. Soluções de conectividade vão digitalizar cada vez mais a indústria. Fábricas, portos e minas vão ganhar eficiência, automação e segurança, para que a gente produza mais com menos. Cidades terão sistemas de transporte público elétricos e inteligentes, uma infraestrutura mais segura que vai transformar a forma como a gente se locomove, para que possamos aproveitar nosso tempo com o que realmente importa. Os centros urbanos terão sistemas de coleta de resíduos integrados, com uma grande rede logística de descarte e reutilização. Cadeias de recepção e de distribuição serão criadas, gerando emprego e renda sob os pilares da economia circular, para que todos os recursos naturais tenham vida longa e sejamos capazes de preservar o nosso planeta. Os serviços para a população serão mais ágeis e seguros, como pagamentos, emissão de documentos e acesso a benefícios sociais, para que nós, como cidadãos, tenhamos nossos direitos sempre ao alcance. Todas as escolas serão conectadas, proporcionando ensino de excelência, capaz de preparar os estudantes para o futuro, para que todas as crianças e adolescentes de norte a sul do Brasil tenham as mesmas oportunidades de perseguir seus sonhos. A conectividade chegará às áreas remotas do país, criando oportunidades de desenvolvimento e renda, para que todos possamos nos tornar motores do crescimento do país. O 6G proporcionará uma comunicação mais rápida e eficaz, com dados transmitidos em menor tempo, possibilitando videochamadas por holograma, para nos manter sempre lado a lado, ainda que distantes. Além disso, a inteligência das coisas será ainda mais presente em nosso dia a dia, quebrando as barreiras entre o mundo físico e o virtual e permitindo experiências extrasensoriais. Isso sem falar no que as futuras gerações de internet móvel ainda vão possibilitar, para que a conectividade nos ofereça aquela realidade que só encontramos na ficção. Esse é o futuro que enxergamos para o nosso país. Esse é o futuro que desejamos e vamos perseguir. A Huawei está no Brasil para o Brasil há 25 anos e continuará dedicada pelas próximas décadas para criar um futuro conectado, inteligente e sustentável para todos os brasileiros.
É isso e fico emocionado.
Well,
Obrigado a
that's
todos
it.
que vêm nos
I get
próximos
very
25.
emotional. Thank you, everybody, and may we have a wonderful next 25 years. Thank you very much, everyone, and here's to the next 25 years of Huawei in Brazil and for Brazil. Thank you very much, Mr. Atílio Rui. It was a pleasure to spend this morning with you, and before I say goodbye, I have an important message. After our presentation, we have a luncheon in the Annex building, and our production team will be guiding you to the restaurant. And now I invite you all to watch our final video.